pretty eye. Goddamn. Goddamn. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take though.
Damn, take your daughter down the street for pretty eye.
I can't deny her though. They my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever high. Can watch you all day, girl, like you televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I lived the beaches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Trying to get mad at my bestie. I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Oh, hey, Daniel. So I'm trying something new tonight. So I'm trying to go vertical, baby. Other people go viral. I'm going vertical. So I figured I would try this way. See if maybe I could get a few more subscribers. Who knows? Yeah. So we're in day 14. This is the Jenmccabe. Well, finishing mattmccabe up with cross and redirect, and then we're going into Jenmccabe. So let's get to it, baby.
2117 Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Counsel.
All right, counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
We don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
Would like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that in our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she has turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time Ali McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the...
Wait, is this the wrong one? This is the wrong one. What am I doing? Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I gotta get YouTube back. Maybe I'm on day 15. I don't know. Let's see. No, I want. Hello. I thought I already had it set up, but I guess I didn't. Is this the right one? This better be the right one. Yeah, it's 7 hours. Okay, let me full screen this. Full screen. Thank you. No, full screen. No, thank you. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Share. Now full screen. Thank you. Oh, no. I don't want that one. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to get into mattmccabe and Jenmccabe. Oh, shoot. Let's see, right there. Why aren't you playing? Hello, I said play. I said play.
State the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Judge.
Hello.
So I'm going to ask you those three questions.
No,
Were you all able
no.
to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Well, I
Were you
guess
also
there
able to
is
follow the
no
instruction and refrain from
subtitles
doing
on
any
this one.
independent research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
I'm gonna see if I can, get some birth confusion.
Can you raise your hand one more time? Just also the answer to the court, you're going to give that answer, true, false, or nothing but true, so help you.
I do.
Let me.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what woke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard screaming?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going on? After I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course,
This seems really rehearsed. Now, even in fast mode, okay, this seems really rehearsed. Like you really rehearsed this. Okay, whatever. Let me shush.
of that conversation continues while you're in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on for?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes, I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
you recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up? Or
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me, and I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her?
Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the defendant's statement the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, what are you talking about?
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you to reply. Gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34th Fairview that morning.
So you had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous?
I know
correct?
you just
That's
woke
correct.
up, but hey.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Who she was at?
It's not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
He's
So
got
your
to
wife
go
made
with
the phone
what
call
he
in
was.
correct?
Yes, she did.
He's got to go
And,
with what he
following those
practiced.
phone conversations,
Lally, this ain't helping.
any other conversations did you have
He's
with the defendant?
practiced this whole thing, and you asking questions throws a wrench in him. But I'm loving it.
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made at what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there.
I think that is a made up story, maybe. I don't know. I just, it's so weird to me. Like, you're trying to make her sound way more drunk than she was. Okay, let's go.
And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And with any other conversation you recall, subsequent phone conversation that you overheard from them?
I think that maybe your wife put it in her head that she never made it to fucking 34 Fairview. That she left him at the whatever, the waterfall. I haven't watched any of the interviews. I don't know. I haven't watched Karen's interviews. I'm just going off what you're saying. Like this seems all like you rehearsed it. I don't know. It just seems insincere, in disingenuous. I don't know. That's me.
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls, and one of the calls with Karen Read, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom, and she was on the phone.
And as your wife, when you were in the bedroom and your wife was on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought.
She didn't crack her taillight until she left to go to your house. How could she tell you on the phone that she cracked her taillight? Anyways, okay.
Process in our head at that moment was, we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual. My wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, well, another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than conversations with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that. Your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well.
I think
pretty
she
much.
contacted somebody.
Where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Read and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone?
Yes.
So no response to the text as far as the phone call that you placed with Mr. O'Keefe. Did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that moment?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard,
I realized it was Karen Read, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
and where is this, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out of it?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front. What was she yelling at that point?
She again repeated, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that
You're not going to go find him because you already know where he was. Let's be honest.
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
That is weird.
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
you see defendant Ms. Reed anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly making any physical
Well,
contact
she
as
was
far as seeing her.
probably at your
What, if any,
door.
concerns that you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
No, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight.
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
Because of the weather, correct.
What? Oh, give
So,
me a break.
Your
Wow.
wife then leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, have to see
Wow.
like who got in where as far as the car
So
was driving.
crack
when they were-
kids in no
I did not see that,
hotel
no.
light missing, huh? Yeah,
Was
look
that within
over
the same
there
time
to
frame that
see
you
if
were
they
driving
leave
for
you.
a half hour after you your initial call?
Leave this stuff.
Yes, from when from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blind, you see the defendant's car and the defendant
You're gonna
outside.
start
With
itching
the light out,
soon
dark out,
anyway.
what are you talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home with 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm gonna say about an hour or so.
Why did, okay,
And
but why in early reports does it say that you were on scene when Detective Link was there? Okay, never mind. When Detective Link got there, matter of fact. Okay, whatever.
so much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance. And as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars. And I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left, and took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way through Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
Well, what's funny is on the
And the
dash
snowing
cam,
that
you
observed
don't
that
see
morning
you
when you
pulling
drove from your
up.
house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car.
Oh, it was only 2
And
inches,
again, I had to drive slow.
3 to 5 inches. Stop
Now,
with
when
it.
you
It
come
was
around
a
to
whole
sort
bunch
the
of
other
snow.
side,
It wasn't a
as far as
whole
the
bunch
first
of
responders,
snow
you mentioned
till
police
later.
cruisers and fire truck, is that right?
Jeez.
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded onto Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or if anyone else did you see outside the house?
It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was.
And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponca Park neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponca Park neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the first.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after conversation with Ms. Roberts about how long did that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, she informed me Karen was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. I just said the road conditions were pretty bad. And
I doubt
you
you
know,
did
just
that.
for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help
I
her.
doubt you did that. I doubt you. That's cute. That's cute that you threw that in there.
Go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, if anyone was inside when you got?
Jen wasn't waiting to be interviewed with the police. She was too busy running inside the house, talking to everybody in the house, trying to get their story straight. Let's be honest. I'm sorry. I don't believe Jen's testimony. I never have. Never have. I don't understand how the state can say cell-brite evidence is no longer valid when they use it in every freaking case that they do.
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe.
Oh, stop.
All three of them were just looking like,
Stop. You got.
with a drawn face.
I doubt
I'm walking and
anybody
going, what the
was
hell is going on?
shocked. I doubt anybody was shocked. They knew what happened. Look at the little smirk on your face. You knew what happened. They weren't shocked. Probably proud of what they did. Sickening.
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had with your wife, which led you to call the Fairview, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point,
You didn't
while you were
cover
at the
that
house,
basis
did you
with
speak
your
to,
wife.
you
You
mentioned
didn't
Officer Lang there, is that correct?
go over
That's
that,
correct.
right?
There
That's
was
why
other
you said
officers,
that.
in the house at that time or any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank. At that moment, other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point, while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what kind of conversation did you have with Officer Lang or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Yeah,
Now,
you're
at
full of
the house on
shit.
Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm going to say give it at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
And your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
The troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan, if I said it right.
Right. Closer. Now, on that date of January 29, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and
You never met
informed me they
them.
were going to interview my wife
That's
and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she
in
was
the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, right?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my
cover
daughter's
that
bedroom.
with his wife.
Again, my kids were starting to, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home,
Yes, they were.
and both you and your wife were upstairs.
Yes.
Don't ask him questions that he
Now-
didn't reherse.
Turn your attention to a couple days later. Did you
Wally,
speak with
you're
any other
messing up
troopers?
the thing.
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on subsequent days spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Have a moment.
Sure.
Lies make you thirsty. I get it.
Just briefly, sir. So, in describing your wife's demeanor, you described her as sort of being in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of the relationship and your marriage?
Oh, stop it. It ain't
I've seen her in
about
crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode
about
as
her.
well in the past.
And sort of typically, how
Lord
would you
have
describe how-
mercy. It is
in
not
situations like
about
that,
her.
what are
She
the
don't
reasons
give
for
a
this?
rat.
She
rat.
is very calm, very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios, what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
Previous deaths of my parents, my brother.
You wasn't
She is
expecting
the
that, huh?
she's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable.
But she was
she's
in
much
shock
more.
and
I
awe.
can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
all right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
What does it matter? It should be about his family, not her.
I'd like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday?
Yes, I do.
You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
When you got there, you saw Karen Read and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there. Yes.
I-
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Read and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together. Correct.
There were other people in
Oh,
addition to the
Lord.
ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes.
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
They walked in together. Yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
Yes, I did not see any problems.
Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that. And I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company. Correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Read, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Feehan, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it. And he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Feehan. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Feehan, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Feehan.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned that he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Feehan. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Feehan, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Feehan.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. It was the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
All right. But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Feehan and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Could you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. I can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer.
In my recollection, yes.
And you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
They were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Because you were drunk
Do you
too.
recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that.
Like you shouldn't have to
I don't remember the
reverse
date. I
and
recall
remember
testifying
these
before the grand
questions.
jury.
If I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
Did you say when I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Read was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
Mamie Botron.
Right, I'll see you in second.
Oh, I'm
Jerry, feel
so
free to sit
tired
down.
of Lally. When it's getting good, he has to cry, baby. It's not good going for me. I don't like that the
Your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
nope, sure don't.
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them strike that? I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally. Obviously, you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let that one go.
My answer is yes. I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes. Of course, I had previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous
This
relationships.
investigation.
And
makes
the
me
question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? You recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but if that's the question,
And your answer was no to that?
yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines 13 to 15 for counsel. And I didn't have permission, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
What's up, Trey? Thank you.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
They're
Can you
stocky.
answer that?
Yes,
They're
they were side by side.
stocky.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind
They were
of square up in a
grab-assing.
fighting stance to each other?
They were grab assy.
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go, duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't.
Oh my god. When he asked, were they grabbing each other's asses? Oh my gosh, that's still funny. Even after the first time.
Recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall.
They
like a bear hug
definitely
or something.
were
I
in
thought I
a
recalled them
fighting
doing a bear hug.
stance, sir.
All right, so you recall
You've seen
them,
the video.
one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think it was a bear hug. Yeah, that's what's in my memory. I don't.
At the
And
end,
you agree
yeah.
with me that
You're
after
right.
closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were
And
two of
he
the
even
people who went
planted a
back to
kiss on
34
him.
Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And
But
then they
before
tried to
everyone
call
left,
John
before
on
you
at
left,
the end.
It was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Karen Read and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Read and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
if they wanted to come, they were welcome. Yes,
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time, or a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I mentioned, Nick Kolakisis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over.
You
She pulled
said
in.
it was in the right side.
At
You said
least
it
two.
was
I don't
the
recall
right
if it
side.
was
Now
more
all
than
of a
two.
sudden you're
So
changing
if there
it.
was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the driveway.
Wow. Yesterday you said it was the right side, not the left side, sir. Whatever.
The garage area. In other words, would they be, let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is 2 lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over, we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park 3 cars
Right.
to the right, correct?
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two
Oh,
vehicles.
you remember everything clear about the morning, but the night of, you're kind of foggy, right? That is crazy. Why? Why is this going to trial a second time? Why? Half of these people don't even remember jack shit they did the night before, but they're all willing to tell on Karen the day of, right? Absolutely crazy.
Vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Albert's home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Albert's property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at
Why
the
would it
time
be
that you
there when
arrived, that was the only
starting to smell?
vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court commission, could we display exhibit 66?
Okay.
They had to come up with that story to talk about, the car being on the side of the road. That's where they had to come up with that
So,
line.
Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting for the spotlight the front
Then
of
I
the
cut
Albert's
the
home.
finish.
When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you better.
I was hoping I didn't have to do this. I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
Oh, he was hoping you wouldn't have to do this.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, it's right there. I believe it was a 2-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like a part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
Nope. Where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there. It was not blocking the driveway.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of The edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see. So it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No.
And it was facing to the left as you look at exhibit 66, correct?
Facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't want to move it at any
You
point,
can
correct?
see how
I
disheveled
never saw
he
Brian
is.
Higgins go outside to move.
My Lord.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow in the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been.
Yeah, let's
With
see.
regard
My
to the
focus
distance
was
between
on
the
that
Jeep and the black
because,
SUV,
geez,
was it
we
greater
wouldn't
or
have a
smaller than the
story.
distance between you and me right now?
Lies.
Oh, it'd be smaller.
Um,
If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you are the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer than me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will
You didn't see
agree
it.
with me that you've given conflicting
You've
information
seen it when
about where the
they
black
pulled up,
SUV
but
was when you
didn't
first
see
saw it?
shit.
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front
You
of the
know,
house.
Right, and when you said in front of the house,
This whole-
you meant that
you can
as you
show
look
it
out the
to
front
me
door
stuff.
of the Albert.
You can show it to me. I don't remember that given a conflicting statement, all this stuff. Like, I hope that the defense fucking tightens this shit up. Because I would ask, do you want to see the paper because you to refresh your recollection, or you want to make sure that you didn't lie? That may get struck. But anyways, on that kind of stuff, because every time they get caught in something, they're like, I need to see my reports. We need to stop that. That's all JenmcCabe does in her freaking stupid testimony. She irritated me so much. I mean, he was frustrating, but she was even more frustrating.
Residence, which on exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left. That's the classic front door.
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today.
Because you only
correct?
seen it
Yes.
one time.
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th.
And it
did
wasn't
you not?
after
Yes, I
she
did.
backed
That was the
into
very
him,
day that
because
these
there-
events occurred,
there's no
correct?
way she
Yes,
hit
it
him
was.
with
You
the
would agree
car.
with me that your memory of
Anybody
where
that
that
has
SUV
seen
was
an
when
auto
you first spotted
accident
it on
knows
January
that
29th
there's no way
would have
he
been
was
better
hit
on
by
that
a
very
car.
day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later,
2.5 years that have lived in my memory, yes.
but your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th of 2022,
No, that's
when you
true.
spoke to Michael Proctor,
Yeah.
you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All right.
I told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry.
This is not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Okay, you're smiling now, that's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022.
Yeah, you think it's funny, but somebody's life is on the line. Somebody lost their life. You know, the one that you say was your friend, but you're lying. All to protect your own. And it's disgusting.
When you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, in front of coming out the front door. The second time was it was to the right of the house.
All right.
We have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
You guys don't want to answer
Well,
yes
you
or
told
no
Michael Proctor
questions.
that the first
That's
time you
what's
looked out,
great.
he was out the front door. Did you
You always
not?
want to give your little spin
I don't
on it.
recall what I told Michael Proctor on April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page
You
2
know,
of
you
Proctor's-
answer yes or no
So next time just show it.
on
I'm
defense
sorry.
questions, not
Please
prosecution.
read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
Okay, it's been 2 hours.
May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't
And
remember
you're
what
going
you
to
told
say Michael Proctor
Did that
lied on
report
his
refresh your
report,
memory?
right?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold
I'm
on.
stating what I
Hold
remember.
on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed the big dark SUV parked to the right of
Reports
the
are
house. Did you
wrong,
not?
Eddie.
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
But what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained. You have to break that down. And I thought we moved on from this. Mr. Knight.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document. I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh my God, lady. No, because he's lying. You can't badger the witness, Yannetti. They got to protect them at all costs. They're on the Commonwealth side.
Writing this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway.
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
No, excuse me. you told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, sure. Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct?
Yannetti, he's
In terms
not
of where
going
it
to
was
give
facing, the
you
black
the
SUV was
answer.
behind- I'm
you
sorry,
did
the Jeep was
before.
behind the black.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
Wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct.
Before the
I'm
black
here.
SUV arrived.
I'll be in the
Correct.
chat.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated,
That's correct.
and you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes,
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you had contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No.
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
yes. Three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right. And, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
yes.
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
Not 2.5 years before. Right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case.
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
With my family?
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts.
yes,
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking, as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards the cross the street and came back in.
And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No.
You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes.
So Higgins Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice. I parked my car. We parked in the driveway and I walked in the house. So I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So, but Higgins Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfront. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting to drive home.
Yes.
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife, and my wife had called him. He was asking where to. We think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right. You could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
He said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, that the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview is off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
You could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
Yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview. So you know where Bella lives. Drive past Bella's street. The house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece, Kaylee, and also your daughter, Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes.
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
Yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness room?
Okay.
Finding him a
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
And realizing that you don't have a compass or a rule, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes.
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
Yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No.
Exhibit 87. And Mr. McCabe, why don't we hand over the other one?
Every time you're lying, the siren's sighing. No,
May I just wait
I
up for
can
the jury?
tell you're lying. This case is so dumb. Should have never went to trial, ever.
Oh, thank you.
What is displayed
Not
on the
this
screen,
way.
Mr. McCabe? Does that appear to be what I just showed you
That's
in
my
Exhibit
heart
88?
for John O'Keefe.
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom?
That is correct.
with regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
And that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Turn the lights back on.
Wow. Hold on.
That would mean, well, strike that. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
Maybe that's the way
But
she really
you never
did
saw
go.
the black SUV traveling in that direction or parking.
I didn't know that. So they gave them the directions to go so her driver's side would be facing the Albert property, not the other way? Interesting. Wow. What made you change your story?
That direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a 3-point turn, correct?
She could do a 3-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
Right. And a 3-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived at, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking? I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you were talking about, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a 3-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a 3-point turn. It could be because there was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a 3-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this 3-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a 3-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a 3-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a 3-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, again, I understand your qualification could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but my sight would have it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, right in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct? Again,
And
I was focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Nettie.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
It's my fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you
Good
certainly were
night,
able to clearly
Twin.
see
Have a
the
good
outside lawn,
night.
correct?
Thanks for coming
As I mentioned, I
by.
was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay, I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
That's
I looked at it.
fact.
It's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
Yeah, you were only
I'm not
focused
asking you if
on what
you
you
looked
needed
at
to
it.
tell
I
them
asked if you were able
for this
to
case
clearly
to
see
go
it.
I would be able
forward.
to,
It's
yes.
sickening.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
No, I did
You
not.
sure the hell
And at
didn't.
no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did
What's crazy is you seen that SUV do whatever the heck it was doing, but you never seen a body on the lawn when she left. Oh, and all of a sudden, miraculously, you didn't have to look anymore because there was nobody outside. Whatever. Crazy.
you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside
Wait, you didn't see John in the vehicle. Well, where'd he go? He was inside? I bet you he was inside.
34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Nope.
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview.
Nope.
Objection.
Allow it.
No.
Or even
And,
screeching of
last question on this
tires.
point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention.
No, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Oh, of course. Yep, let's blame it on the
Now,
music.
After being
But you're
at the
steady
Albert home
looking
for a
at the
period of time
vehicle.
early that
Get
morning,
out of here.
you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah,
Look
give or
at him
take
shaking
41,
his
45.
head
I don't know the
like he's
exact
so
time.
and
disgusting.
you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levison and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. I don't. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't
Hey,
recall going back
Kevin.
into the house?
No, I don't recall going back in the house.
Whatever.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the taillight, etc., you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back.
So how is there how is all that stuff there if you didn't see it? Nobody's seen it. This is crazy.
In your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
which would mean
which means you will pass right by where his body was laying, and you would have your lights illuminating, and you're driving, but you didn't see a body, and it was only right there on the side of the road. Oh, that's because it wasn't there, right? It wasn't there that time.
mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Albert's property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir.
Oh, Kevin, I'm trying something new. I'm trying to see if I can get an algorithm. So I'm doing vertical for a minute. I'll probably do it for like a couple days, but yeah, and then I'll go back to regular. But I'm just trying this to see if I can get an algorithm.
Julie Nagel never said, what was that, did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earbuds in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Read ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical.
She was screaming Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
In a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen, yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
She was loud, correct.
And other than screaming
She
Jen,
was worried
Jen in that
about John
hysterical
O'Keefe.
tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
She's probably still drunk too.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, in addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Can you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law,
Bring
Nicole
on
Albert,
the
correct?
text
Oh, yes.
message, the legit
I'd like to
text
ask you some
messages.
questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
You recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing?
I was not monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds, you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house." Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
Yes.
Oh, 2150.
No, show it to him. Don't
I'm sorry.
Attach it?
Oh, you chose it.
show it to
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Miller,
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
I think this is my first try.
Getting busted with the text messages.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it By
Do you
yourself and
have
look up at me when you're
glasses
done.
with you?
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses.
Um,
I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have.
Is it a light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not. It's just dark, but I got it. Go up the front. What the hell?
He don't like what's on
I'm
the
reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you take
yeah.
all your time, the time
Yep,
you
I got it. Yep, I see it.
need. If I may just grab
Yes.
that.
Thank you.
Oh shit.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes,
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian House, correct?
that's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes,
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them. Sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
Oh my God, the sidebar. The sidebar.
When you did tell
Okay,
the group
Kevin.
chat about the troopers being at that house,
I'll be looking
nobody
forward
asked you
to
to
it.
clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
Oh my gosh, dude. No. Do you recall that or not? If you don't recall it, then you get to see it. If you do recall it, then you don't get to see it. How about that? Irritating.
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
Just give it to him.
I'll just give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank you.
And again, just look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Hey, he's not going to be able to see it. He needs glasses. It's just
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate
Oh
that. Now,
my
you tell me.
God.
With the court's permission.
See,
Thank you.
why are you so worried about them being sneaky if you're telling the truth? That's what I don't get. Such bullshit.
That's what I was just looking for.
I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of
No,
it.
no, take your time, please.
Oh my Lord, have mercy, dude. What are you gonna do? Fucking
Okay, thank you.
You,
You're welcome.
Jesus.
you would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading.
Okay. Is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at
They
that point,
should be able
you
to
texted
read
the
what
group
they
that you were trying
wrote.
to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
Lally,
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure.
oh my
Oh, you said you-
gosh, dude. I didn't see it on the text. They're not trying to trick you, homeboy. But you're so worried that they are. Because you're not telling the truth. You're like, oh shit. It catch 22. What the F do I do? Right? If you're telling the truth, you wouldn't have to keep on looking at the text and all this other stuff. They can't, they're officers of the court. They can't lie to you.
You didn't see them?
I didn't see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. That's probably because I didn't give it to you.
And then look how he looks. Like, oh, Gomer
Yes.
Pyle and shit. Gomer Pyle. Yeah, being stressed out. I would be stressed out too. Yep. Yeah, start itching your ears. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh my God. I can't believe
Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
Oh, they may caught us. Oh, they may have done us in. Oh, Sally. Sally, his expression explain it all.
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
It's just dark. I can't read it.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
needs-
dark.
and reporter would-
It's just dark.
Oh, okay.
It's just dark.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, much better.
He still can't read it.
I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
No, you were
So
watching.
you happened to be driving through, and then you texted the group
Why
to
would it
tell
matter?
them what you saw,
If
correct?
you haven't
Yes.
see this,
And then
that's consciousness of guilt. Like, okay, that is consciousness of guilt. Okay. You don't drive past them. Like, it wouldn't matter to you. It wouldn't matter to you, but you felt it in your heart to text them and say, hey, there's more cops outside your house. But if nothing nefarious was done from anybody in the house, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. This is crazy. Anyways, okay.
you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
You took a picture.
I think I did.
Well,
I don't, unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't
Why
you weren't
would you
done with
need
that
to take
scene,
a picture, though?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture. I don't know if I took a picture.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to.
But why would you need to take a picture? Why? You shouldn't have to say, oh, there's more cops out there. Let me see if I could take a picture. And then, like turn around and try to take a picture. Like that's weird. That's like, oh. Hope they found more stuff that we planted. Oh. Hope they don't figure out that we're behind it. Oh. That's what it's given to me. That is what it's given to me. I hope that the jury really listens to you guys, because the consciousness of guilt that they want to put on Karen, you guys show. You guys show, not her. She's fighting for her freaking life.
To be done?
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the
I
house.
wanted to
Correct.
continue to
But
monitor
what
was
does it
going on.
matter
I'm
if
not-
they
I was
are?
not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
Okay, but what does it matter? Even if you were just driving by, what does it freaking matter? If nothing nefarious was going on at the house on the 29th, you wouldn't have to even worry about it. I bet you half the time you drive past there and don't even look. But you made sure to look this time and pay attention, huh?
May we be seen sidebar?
Dum
Okay.
dum. Shut up, kitty. Are they going to lunch? Are they gonna?
Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again? So why don't you do that? Okay. You're all set, thank you.
I wouldn't let him bring in his phone. He shouldn't be allowed to have his. Next trial, next trial, I would have this motherfucker have a flashlight for him. Jeez Louise, baby. Okay, I guess that's going to break or something. Okay, right there.
Court back in session, please be seated.
All right, can we bring Mr. McCabe back in, please?
Yes, please.
When does she come on?
Yes.
This is been about an hour.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identified.
Sure.
Make sure he's not texting, Judge.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before.
Or make sure he's not taking pictures, Judge. Because I think he's taking pictures. I think he's doing something nefarious with that phone. I don't trust any of these suckers. I wish I could freaking zoom into that shit, because after he's done, because I think he was on the camera or something. I don't trust any of these guys.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, the only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Why don't I see counsel?
Lord have mercy. Hey, room shaker. Come on. Let me fast forward if you're going to be so long. You had a good live today, room shaker. I like it when you go live. Come on. Oh my gosh, I thought I fast forwarded enough. Can't get it right on. Hi, kitty. You're being annoying, kitty.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bates, if you would display the first page, 2150. How is your distance vision? You able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. This is. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I
you're
have that?
displaying them,
Yes.
please?
Oh
Thank you
my
very much.
Feel
lord.
free to use the flashlight.
You're
Yes,
so
thank you.
needy.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st of 2022?
Yes. Do you want me?
Yes.
Oh, troop is back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least there, or at least looks like it.
Okay, and Mr. Bates, if you go down the page to see the responses. Okay, and who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
Right now.
That would be Brian Albert.
Right now, senior.
Yeah, yep. See,
And his response was?
See, it's
Right now.
weird.
And that was at 1:30.
Like, why are you telling him
Yes, it
more
was.
being dug up right now? Like, so
yeah, asking right now.
weird.
Yes.
And you can move to the next.
If you're not,
Yes, 2151, please.
you had nothing to do and you really wanted true justice for your friend. I don't, oh, this crap.
And you responded to Brian by saying, what's
Yes.
his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
That was at 1:34 p.m. and 56 seconds.
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, I must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange is this? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again.
And his response was?
Okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at the time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are up front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not. I'd assume he's somewhere else. Yeah.
But what does it matter?
Okay, and your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
All right, so this is a little further than we talked about.
I know, we'll get to the next one.
Oh my gosh, Judge, you should just let them
So take
impeach
this one down,
him.
please.
This is crazy.
I just have a moment, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just display the text message.
The second bubble, please.
Make sure he's not using his phone.
Okay.
Trying to
Now
get
we're
a
at
picture.
1:35 p.m. and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe?
Just seems
yes, that's correct.
weird.
And your
It
text
just
to the
seems
group of you and your
weird.
wife, Brian and Nicole Albert, is
Like,
what?
you shouldn't need to take pictures
Trying
and
to
all
get
that
pictures.
great stuff. I mean,
At this point, I've asked the next bubble. to be displayed, and
weird.
I'm gonna skip to the
but I
bubble
guess
after that.
in this day and age, you need a picture for everything, or it didn't happen.
The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes,
Which you
Brian Albert.
probably meant okay.
1:35 and
Ms.
36.
Giannetti, let him, the screen speak for itself. If it doesn't, then the witness can.
What time is that at?
135, 32.
And his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK. I'm assuming.
The next bubble after that would be 2153, please, as well. And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 135, 34 or 138, 34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure, and his response was,
Okay.
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and.
Well, the previous one.
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off for a minute.
I have to go
I'd like to
back
go over
because I
two more areas
can't
of
let
these
you
group chats with you.
trap
You would
me
agree
in a
with me
hole.
that, later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Christine.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Will it be seen?
Come on. This is crazy. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, he's impeaching my witness. He's impeaching my witness, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're not letting him railroad our client. He's trying to railroad our client. I don't know where. Oh.
I think you can have it. Thank you. So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going
In
to
the
do now,
dark?
sir,
In the dark.
is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
Thank you.
Hey, bro. Oh, they're coming for you. They're coming for you, buddy.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah,
sir? All right, so
I
go
just
ahead.
match it up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. United.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification. And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Oh, yeah?
So, Mr. Bates, with
Darn
regard
it.
to page
At least you get to go out, though.
2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No? Or Jim, was it, Mr. United, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right.
I believe we have extra copies, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And if it's a question by question objection, just
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question. So it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
Those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be
Oh,
displayed,
so
No,
you
it's in.
go
We may display it later, but I'd like to move this
tomorrow
testimony
and
along. So
you go
that's in
out
evidence.
And then,
Saturday?
in that discussion,
Oh,
at
happy early
3:03
birthday.
p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some
Salsa,
reason, end
that's
quote,
fun.
correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the second
It's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which is at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them. Correct?
Wow.
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that?
Oh my gosh, you don't need to see the text previous to this. They're not going to steer you down a rabbit hole, sir. You're so afraid to step over your own words. And you know, bro, for the job that she has, like, I can understand why she's tired. Salute to her, though, because that's a selfless job.
Is that what referencing, Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you.
I don't want to
One
assume
page, and ask you
something.
what
No,
the
I don't want to be caught in a lie.
And I'll open the attached to the page.
Okay.
That's what that
Me when you're done.
is, too. I still can't believe they're going with this again. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Again, my assumption is Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Oh, my Lord, have mercy, dude. Yeah, I gotta hurry up and
Okay,
that's
that's what I was looking for.
watch all the pictures. Oh, I gotta make sure that you're not gonna,
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts.
Why do
being
you
interviewed,
still have
correct?
your light
yes, it
on,
was.
sir?
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
Why does it matter? Why
And
would
you're
it matter? Why would it matter? Why would it matter that somebody's being interviewed? If nothing went on and you have nothing to hide, why does it matter? Why are you keeping up with stuff? You drive by the house, you notice troopers at the thing, you decide to text them, say, oh, I'm going to try to get a picture, and you're doing all this weird stuff. Now you're telling them about interviews that other people are doing. Why? If nothing went on at that house and Karen is really guilty, you wouldn't be doing this shit. Weird. I don't know how the jury didn't pick up on this stuff, but Lord have mercy.
Him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just full?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah.
All right, in any case, we're
Keeping
going to
up
move on to
with
the
what
very
she's
last
saying, all that stuff.
discussion that I'd like to ask you about.
Thank you, bro. Have a good night.
Earlier that day, February 1st, of 2022, at 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife.
It's the vertical layout, Kevin. I'm going to try this for a couple days, see if I can get an algorithm. And then I'll go back to the regular shenanigans. Why? You don't like it? You don't like it? Oh, I got an update too for you. So they're trying to appeal the decision of the Supreme Court. So I don't know when they're gonna start this trial, but they have 10 jurors. 10 jurors already. They need 6 more. Do my thing. Thank you. But I'm just saying, if it bothers you, just wait a couple days. But I'm going to try out this for a couple days. But I appreciate your support because you're always here. Okay, let's get back to him. He's driving me crazy.
Nicole, your wife, Jennifer, and you. And that text was
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
0214.
Hurry
Right.
up
On which
already.
page?
When is Jen coming on?
Okay,
When
so
is
I
Jen
don't have it.
coming on? Hold on.
Bubble is the second.
When
of the
are we
three
So
seeing?
I don't have it.
When are
I
we
don't know
seeing Jen?
what the objection's pertaining to.
Oh, there she is. Oh, isn't she beautiful?
Chairs, I
Isn't
apologize that
she
this is taking so long.
lovely? Okay, we got
You know,
about
Christina, why don't you?
17 more minutes with this dude.
And for the
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness. Which one is this?
second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148.
Why? Why?
I will
Is
allow
it prejudicial?
the author of the third bubble
It,
on page 02148
no, the second bubble on 02148.
is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Like, judge, let them fucking do their thing. Oh, we're sending out the why are we sending out the jury? What are we doing that for?
Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
Well, why'd you send out the jury if he ain't talking on it? That's just weird. This whole case is weird. I really hate this case. Okay, I'm still here. I'm going to smoke. Well, let me see how long she's going to be on for until they go to lunch. Oh, she's going to be on for at least an hour. Okay, good. So I can go smoke. I'm still here. I'm just in the chat.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
Court, all rise to jury. Court's back in session. Please be seated.
Stand, Eddie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here. 51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you obviously, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Why?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police or any investigator whatsoever?
No.
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
No.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was hit?
It was after.
Now, you were asking questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asking questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside, though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel, didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something. It says, I don't recall where, and I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, do you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where Black Hole Fire Hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
And do you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife is talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were giving directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was?
Yes, that's correct.
What any relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it. The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You don't answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed, I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No,
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was. Did I
Objection,
not?
Your Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay, so your answer to my question is the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further question.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Jimmy.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You do.
Thank you. You may take this.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived there?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Countryland?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I lived there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022, do you recall what days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter, Allie, is that correct?
Yes.
She's your oldest?
Yes.
The daughter who had the basketball games at your second oldest?
Yes.
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
Yes.
For Canton High School?
Yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
I was a basketball coach for the the town program.
For how many years?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade. And then I was also a coach for my daughter, Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on up until 8th grade.
Now, as far as the high school game was concerned, is there a sort of typical start time for high school basketball game?
Yeah, move on. We know the time. Move on.
After the basketball game, where did you go?
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister?
My sister, Nicole.
How many sisters do you have?
3.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
So bigger type vehicles?
Yes, big SUV.
Now, with respect to, you got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what, if any, connection did that have between cell phone and vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in or what, if anything, did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the 3rd table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that day?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolokitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone from the group, had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John, we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John O'Keefe?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time, and JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up, and he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Read, just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Read in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Do you identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
Non-class record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed? Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you're familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. There were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So
No, you
it was
didn't,
nice to
lady.
have someone who
Quit lying.
understood like what I was going through.
If
So we
you
have
really
that in
liked her,
common.
you wouldn't have did this shit.
Now, with respect, to either starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed, or any girl that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with?
At different points,
Kevin,
yes.
Let me
Yes,
talk
what
to you
if anything-
for a minute, sir. Yeah, all these people, so they can't really say what happened the night before. All they know is they did see a Jeep, and they can't remember anything afterwards, but they remember what happened that night. It's real. And no one could say, I saw her do it. All they could say is, I seen the Jeep move this way and this way. But none of them said that they seen her back into him. And none of them said that they seen a body on the lawn at the time that she left. I'm quite sure you would hear tires screeching, even in the snow, because it was barely starting to fucking accumulate at the time. And I'm quite sure that you would hear someone screaming in pain. How she didn't end up in the middle of the lawn or even in the house is beyond the freak me. They were even trying to get her with manslaughter for accidental. That's another. They like to pile it on. So, the real charges that they want to get her for, they get. Hey, Dark, they get it. You know what I'm saying? They love to overcharge people. They do. That's how they work out plea deals and stuff like that. Like, they know what to charge you with, but they overcharge you. So you take a plea deal and say, oh, hey, let's go ahead. Because she's charged with 2nd-degree murder, which you can't prove that because no one said that they were fighting. No, I mean, just because they had an argument, a little tiff about the kids earlier that day, that doesn't equate to her wanting to end his life. Even if they broke up, she didn't want to end his life. They act like she was so attached to him, like she was searching other avenues, for Christ's sakes. Just wait till that dude gets on the stand. I mean, she was keeping her options open because she felt like, it may happen. I mean, they're just dating. They weren't in a serious relationship. They were, I mean, it was serious, but it wasn't like serious. Like they weren't married, She was living her life. She didn't have kids, She thought she seen him kissing another girl in Aruba, and thought, oh well, maybe he's gonna check other options, so I better check other options. Feeling unwanted at the time, yeah, she went to go get her emotions met because he wasn't meeting them. That's most of the time when girls are looking for other options, it's because their emotions ain't being met. But anyways, like, she sits there and says, oh, I like her. No, if you really liked her, if you really liked him, let's be honest, you wouldn't be charging her or getting her charged with murder. But anyways, she's charged with 2nd-degree murder, manslaughter, and then there's lesser included. It's like involuntary manslaughter, something, I can't remember what the other two are, but anyways, that one, and then leaving the scene of an accident. She didn't do it. Come on. Come on. She didn't do it. Why didn't she kill him that night then? Why didn't she take him out that night? It don't add up. It just don't. It don't add up. Like little fights here and there, you know, they weren't exclusive. You know, she was more pissed off that he kissed another girl while they were on whatever, you know, and even if you're not exclusive, every girl, like if you're paying attention to another girl, it's like, oh, you're cheating on me. No, when you're not even exclusive. Yeah, it wasn't that night. It was like 2 weeks prior. They're trying to say, oh, well, she just held it in for 2 weeks. No. Or a month earlier. Sorry. It happened a month earlier. Like bull crap. Like it's just, this case pisses me the fudge off. What do you mean little bites? Did I say little bites? I don't think I said little bites. It just, and this case wouldn't have happened had she not conjured with everybody else that night to save her brother-in-law's butt or her nephews. Well, not her nephews, but her best friend's son. Might as well be your nephew because you're all freaking intertwined. I mean, it's like, no, they weren't in your little circle, so it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's a throwaway. She's a throwaway.
And specifically, you recall him.
I mean, just look at the dead look on her face. And I really shouldn't be like judging her looks. I really shouldn't be judging her looks because we can sit there and talk about Karen's looks. But like, she's got MS too. So, but she just seems cold. A cold-hearted snake. Look her in the eyes. You know what I'm saying? Just. Yeah, don't look at Karen. Yeah, don't make eye contact with Karen. I wouldn't either. I would not either. Look at her. She looks like a deer caught in headlights. Oh shit. What is going on? I better stop. Like, just. And I love this whole interaction with Karen, like watching JenMcCabe. Like, I loved it. I loved it because it showed confidence. Like, how dare you lie on me? That's what it showed to me. But whatever. I'm actually surprised she ain't giving her the daggers. Oh, there we go. Yep. There's the daggers.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe
and
his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about?
I just keep it real, okay? I'm just keeping it real.
Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed, is that a conversation?
Or she's on a trip, one of the two.
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar.
Yeah, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall. You arrive about 9. About what time was it?
I mean, she's one of the popular girls in school bullshit, you know? And it's so weird that she had a relationship with Brian Albert since his age she was 7 before her sister even started dating him. That is so weird. That is so weird. Like, I wonder how old he is. Like, how old is he really? Because she's got to be like 40, just barely 40 or whatever. This is crazy. Oh, this is fucking crazy. Anyways, let me.
That you left.
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, you know, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came to the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
I love it when they question her about when one of the other people prior to her, said that Jen kept on trying to say, "Come on, you're going with me. Come on, I got a surprise with you're going with me. It's a surprise." That type of shit. Trying to get Karen away from John. I love it when she gets confronted about that.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What's funny is you're the only one that says it. Everybody else says that she had a clear liquid with her. Oh wait, Chris Albert said that she had a smuggled in a drink. But when you watch the bar footage, you see her put it on the counter and leave. And then on the waterfall part footage, she puts it on the table and walks out. So what glass did John O'Keefe end up with?
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
Oh shit! Did they not
it was
show?
clear.
Wait, did they not show you that evidence? Hold on, did they not show you that evidence? Because I didn't see any ridges on the other cup that they collected, ma'am. Oh wait, you mean the one? Oh, they found out like that. The glass particles that were elsewhere didn't match the cup that they found on the ground, right? Oh, so you had to hurry up and come up with that. I bet you came up with that too. Oh, there's so much. Wow, watching this over.
They're kind of like a straw or lime or anything like that.
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
Where was
CF McCarthy's.
Where's that in location to the waterfall?
Just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar. I heard say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
See, I don't like this. What were you drinking? Because they're trying to say, oh, well, Karen was more drunk than anybody else. Bullshit. Bullshit. If you're drinking a lot of beer, you can be as drunk as freaking Karen was, supposedly. Because nobody knows. Nobody took a breathalyzer test. They waited till the doctors took her blood and said, "Oh yeah, we'll just gas the trauma, blah blah blah, whatever it is, and we'll come up with a rounded out numbers type deal." But we don't really know, and nobody knows when she stopped drinking. Nobody knows that she went back to John O'Keefe's house and had a drink because she was pissed off that he left her sitting out there not knowing what the hell and didn't answer his phones, and she was getting pissed off. So she might have had a couple drinks when she went to John O'Keefe's house until she fucking passed out.
Drinking, and if so, what, if anything, was he?
I can't be certain. Possibly beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed,
I
same
hope
question
I'm
as
not
far as
swearing.
you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass with clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember. Sorry.
Girl, of course you don't remember shit, but you remember what the SUV did. That is beyond me.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that
I'm
correct?
not even
Yes.
on trial, but
And,
this irritates the hell out of me.
Let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, with respect to the
Let
time that you were at the
somebody lie
waterfall,
like this
did you
on
speak
me.
with Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes, briefly at
That's
the bar.
why I don't like
and
people
you
lying
recall just
on
generally
me.
what it was that you talked
Plain
about?
simple.
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And
Yes, he was
with
very
respect to Ms.
excited.
Reed,
But
did
you don't
speak to
even
her at the bar?
smile
Yes.
when you
And
mention,
do you recall what
you don't even smile or anything when you mention him. If he was a dear friend and you were so happy for him and all this other stuff, yes, it's sad that he lost his life, but you're the one covering it the fuck up. And I wasn't trying to swear, but I had to say that time. Girl, please.
anything that you spoke about?
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about.
Okay, wait. When did that come into play? Because what everybody else said is she was giving John accolades that night, not talking about, oh, we got in a fight and all this other dumb stuff because you're trying to make it something it ain't. Bitch. Bitch is a female dog. Female dog barks from a tree, trees from nature, and this one ain't beautiful. But girl, please. I used to hate girls like this in high school. Anyways, let me.
About how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they have a fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girl.
Okay, hold on. Why are you saying the same story that Aaron said? Have you been watching the trial, girlfriend? You've been watching the trial. You look like you lying.
Girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Huh. Did they believe me?
As far as
Yeah,
Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did he make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Oh, you don't remember anything else. Yeah, baseball hat, jeans. We got to say baseball hat because they found that baseball hat. We can't say what shirt he was wearing or anything,
Any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Why are you looking all around? It's so weird.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next?
And the lip smacking needs to stop, girlfriend.
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was?
I don't know why that's so like.
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to?
What are they trying to say? Like she got upset that they didn't go to D&E? Girl, come on. Can we, Lally, this has nothing to do with what happened when she went to went to her brother-in-law's house or whatever. I mean, come on. We've heard enough like this. She ain't going to say nothing.
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
No, because we got other plans. We're going to freaking, we're going to start beating people up and leaving them out to die on their lawn. Yeah. Because I'm convinced now. I wasn't convinced about the whole conspiracy shit. I'm convinced now. I really am. How smug these people are, what they'll go to the extent of, oh, I don't remember saying that. Can I see that? Can I see that? Can I see that? Just wait till she starts getting cross-examined. She's going to ask for every fucking paper in the world. She's not going to remember jack shit except for the car. There was a Jeep in front of the house, and the car moved 3 times, and John never went in the house. That's the only thing she can remember. Oh, and the morning after, when she said, could I, should I, did I? Well, she didn't say should I, but did I? And then all of a sudden it was, I hit him. It evolved. Like, girl, please.
And what, if any, other? Let me ask you this: why did you go to the waterfall first?
So I went to meet my sister Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
That nephew was Brian Howard
Yes,
Jr.,
it's a magical
Brian Howard Jr. ever go up the waterfall that evening?
He did not know.
You know why not?
Because she's
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home.
He just decided to stay home. Yes.
Just wait. When they start questioning her and stuff, I was in shock. I was this. Like, only care about what you was going through, right? But not what the family would be going through. Because all that matters is Jen and the circle of trust. Thank gosh, you know, all the cops.
And so
That's
after the
not-
discussion about going over to D&E,
And when she looks at the jury like that, I don't like that. Like, why are you looking at the jury like that? Why? Why?
and then communication of not going over, what if any other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what if any
No, it
discussions
wasn't.
did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate?
No, you tried to keep on getting
They
Karen
both wanted to
away
come,
from John.
and they said they were coming. Yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall, if anyone left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
This
Yes.
woman's already
And,
going to make me go
when
smoke.
you were
I'm
walking out
not
with them,
trying
what,
to
if
like
anything, was
go
the
smoke
conversation
500
discussed
times
as you
in
walked out?
between this crap.
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, you know, Matt can talk to anyone and God knows how long he was going to stay in
I
there.
think that's how John was too. Like he didn't go anywhere without a hat, probably. You know. I mean, he was balding. I wouldn't. You know. What? But what does it matter? Like, who cares about the hat shit? You guys are being weird. Like, it just.
Yeah, so I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me? And they can meet us.
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that
See, I don't like. Yes. Like. Ugh.
you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out
In the parking lot?
in the parking lot. Yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point, did you
Oh, but they have a video of you trying to talk to John. Ma'am. It's quite funny what you say, too.
observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have a conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke. Yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
Hey,
And,
Cold
after sort of
Pepsi.
two parted ways, did you observe
I'm
where
trying
Mr. O'Keefe
something
and
new
Karen-
tonight.
I just saw them take a, like
So
they
if
walked
you don't
left. I
like
walked
it,
straight.
I
And
apologize.
if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would
I'm
that
trying to get in the
Washington Street,
algorithm.
the main street.
be? So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
I don't know if
And,
it's the MS, Kevin.
while you
Like,
were
I'm
in
really
the parking lot,
trying
let me
not to
ask
go
you
off
this.
my
When you
looks.
walked out of the waterfall, what if anything was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
It just irritates me.
And, as far
Because
as
she
snow
has
is
the
concerned,
same
what was
disease
the
that Karen
initial point when
has.
you walk out of the waterfall?
And
Insinuating or anything like that?
it affects
Yes, I would
your
say, you know, it was starting to cover the car, so you have to put your windshield
muscles
wipers
and
on to
stuff like
clear it.
that. Like,
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just put on the windshield?
Flip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the
But
car
I
for
totally
some
get
period
you.
of time waiting
I totally
for your husband,
get you.
correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband for?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for
Stop.
your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or
Yes, it would have been because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
so your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address, and then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, "Go this way, go this way." And then I said, "Yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom."
And so, as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time, and when
yeah, did you tell him to go up Chapman Street or did you tell him to go down Cedar Crest? Which one is it, lady? Because your husband just got done saying go up Chapman Street.
called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, "Oh, it's right, go past Bella's Street. It's at the bottom of the hill."
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regards to your sister's
See,
husband,
see how she weaseled out of that? She weaseled out of that.
Since I was in
She
kindergarten, very
weaseled
long
out
time.
of that. Hold on. I don't know. I just told him to go up, by a certain kid's Bella's house. It's down the street from there. Girl. And I don't know if you did that. I really don't know. See, you got to say like it's by your ex-girlfriend's house to think that Karen was actually on speakerphone and maybe she wasn't. You didn't say that. But you got to make it seem like Karen was a jealous, freaked out woman. She had her own place, her own money. She just loved being with John. But you act like it.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years, and before they got married. So yeah, they.
Broom shaker. These are people that are making it so that a woman is going on trial for the second time because they are covering for their own, covering for the police officers that are in their house, covering for select boardmen that are in their house, and the state troopers help them, saying that the girl that's on trial, that she ran over her boyfriend 22 miles an hour backwards, and all that happened to her was a tail light. Her vehicle was a tail light, was busted, and yet he looked like he had been in a massive fight with somebody. He had a gash in the back of his head. He had 2 black eyes, a laceration right here and a laceration right here, but no lower body, nothing lower body like an accident would show. And he had markings on his arm that looked like a dog got him. And they own a dog. And they're all covering for each other. This is a mind-blowing case.
Been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview?
This is why I don't. Never mind. I won't say that.
There's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, do you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or go to Chapman in order to get on Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now,
well, she's got to say go to this street stuff, so it makes it look like Karen was in a jealous rage and ran over John O'Keefe, because tell him that the guy never went in the house, sort of deal, or hey, I'm passing by your house, the cops are there. Let me see if I can get a picture. Like that's if nothing nefarious went on at your house, you have nothing to do with it. Why are you sending texts like that? That it's weird to me. But yet they say that, Karen has all this consciousness of guilt and all this other dumb stuff. These ones are the ones that are acting guilty. Huh.
How long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone come down Chapman, and you said it was, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end, is that correct?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. Any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where?
Oh my God, what is
It's
it?
a hill.
Oh my God, here we go with this damn, was it an incline, a decline, or because see, they got to make sure they say, oh, well, there's a hill there. There's a hill there, because when it comes up with John's phone data that he went down 3 flights of steps, one of the troopers says, oh yeah, well, when you're driving in a car, sometimes it will calculate going on an incline as you're going down steps. That was their excuse. And trying to discredit Cellbrite. But they use Cellbrite in every freaking case. But I get it, when like YSL, other places like to do it, Cellbrite isn't reliable. You know what I'm saying? Like now the one thing that they all use for evidence and stuff is not reliable. Get out of here. Why? Because we got all the politicians in this, and it's a political freaking stunt that they're doing because his brother's got political ties. Oh, he's a decorated dude and all this other stuff. Like, but it's disgusting.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous?
And not all cops are fucking bad. Not all politicians. Well, there are some politicians that aren't bad, but I'm sorry, but people with too much power really makes me weary. It just makes me weary. Like, you're no better than the next. We all freaking are human. We all make mistakes. We all should be held accountable for our mistakes. If you're holding citizens accountable, then politicians and cops should be held accountable. There shouldn't be this line that separates us, because that's not what it is. We're supposed to be, all for one and one for all type of deal, stand together, one nation under God. I mean, nobody's better than anybody. That's what makes me sick.
How would you describe the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now,
and I apologize for going on my little rounds, but it just irritates me. Like, it really irritates me. Like, I don't want to see anybody this happen to. YSL, I was like, not guilty. Throw this shit out. You got detectives that are high off their own supply or something. They just want what they have, so they got to take it, through seizing and stuff like that, and then put all these bogus ass charges on them. Any man could tell another man what to do just to get street cred. I mean, unless you're like paying them money to, like Mo3's case, which is sad. Like, that's the only time you could tell another motherfucker to do something. I mean, shit. And even they're going to have to prove that case. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold the fucking state accountable. Tired of them just being able to, we have this and this and this, and we're going to overcharge you, so you take a plea deal. So you actually are pleading to, what the charge is in the first place. So it looks like we're giving you a deal, but we're really not. And stop talking to the cops like they're your friends. They ain't your fucking friends, unless you're a family like this one.
You mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During
I'm still here. I'll be in the chat. I gotta go smoke. I growled myself up. Wait.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general. Like, where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
Another thing, like all these calls, when he was calling, and then you were calling his phone like 500 million times or whatever. He's probably trying to find the phone, but you were trying to call his phone and whatnot. To make the cover story and all, like he didn't come to the house. Why did you delete all those messages and those calls? You deleted over like 20 calls. 20 calls. And I don't know how many messages, but they all found it by Cellbrite that you want to claim like, oh, no, Cellbrite, no. And the troopers said I could delete certain messages. Girl, please.
And now as far as the second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what if any relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated briefly.
I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
Yeah, you got to put that. You got to put that in there because you know she's a jealous girlfriend. Mm-hmm.
Now,
that face when she answered that question said it all. Girl, please.
Substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe in that second phone call.
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house at Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top close to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in. There was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, you observe?
When I walk in, Caitlin, Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's.
I even have heavy doubts that Chris actually went home. Maybe he ended up over there. I don't know. It's just weird.
Always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, I thought he was showing up pictures. Wait, I thought he was holding. Wait, hold on. I thought they were looking at pictures. That's what Brian Albert said, is he was in the thing, and so did Caitlin, that they were in the other room looking at pictures or whatnot.
And so when you come into the house, where were, you mentioned the table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening.
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, Little Brian. Yeah, Little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
How do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yes, and my friend Julie.
Your best friend,
And
your
oldest
best
daughter,
friend,
Allie,
not
was,
best
Colin
friend,
friends
but
with
best
Colin
friend.
friends with your oldest daughter, Allie.
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No.
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
No.
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there, that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior? Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically, about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked.
Oh yeah, you went back and looked to make sure that you got your story right. Even at 12:20, that's when Brian Higgins was texting John O'Keefe, "Are you coming here?" Mm-hmm. Because they were filling Raleigh.
It was 12:18.
Now, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, as far as the sort of mood leader inside the house, what if anything do you recall?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. You know, just a normal night.
Now, wow.
When they say it's a normal night, they're full of shit.
You were in the kitchen dining room.
Unless a normal night ends up with the person dead on their lawn. Then it'd be a normal night.
You were there. Did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to the basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, that when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house in Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
You mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of 28?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
You see, they got to
And
cover their
now what
tracks by
difference,
saying that. Because they don't know
There was
what the
also someone
defense is
there by
going
the
to
name
bring
of
up.
Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So
And
other than
what's
being your
wait,
brother-in-law's friend,
hold on. What's funny is you said the exact same answer as your husband. I don't know if she dog sit for us before or after, blah, 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 blah. You said the same exact thing. That's how I know this shit is rehearsed, man.
in the meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say.
Good. Yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, right?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes. Her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversations did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Come on, go to a break already.
Now, if you know about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, did you do?
Excuse me?
So when Ms. Nagel went outside, what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of a wooden front door, or is there another door in front?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And this will clear as far as when you say this side. So you're standing at the storm door, see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front door?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left or the right or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, did you tell anything else about it as far as the make or model? Did you recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
What kind of vehicles did he have?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old-fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
And was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Ms. Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over.
Hey, Rose.
Sustain.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could. I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
I'm going to actually keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, did you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that you saw?
Didn't observe. No.
Now, you see the vehicle go straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
Thank
I
you,
think I
Rose.
said here, question mark.
I can't with this bitch. She gonna drive me crazy. Anytime somebody lies, it pisses
Do you think
me
you said here? Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson. Okay.
You know, I'm wondering if these are the text messages that Jackson was going to show, that he's hurry up and show them first. So, she doesn't get blindsided.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm showing you a 3-page document, just ask you to look at it.
Okay.
Just generally speaking, that 3-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, the 29th, through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
almost.
See, and she
Is there any
even
adjustments,
texted
Jackie?
him, like, okay, she even texted him, like, is that you? Da 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 da, just to even cover the tracks. Like, they had this all planned out. Like, I don't think they planned on, blaming Karen, but she had a busted tail light, so it made it easier. But I really think that they were trying to really put it on the snow plow, and that guy's a really nice guy. But I really think that they were going to blame it on the snow plow guy, and then they'd write it off as an accident because it's one of the Slick Boardman's brothers, But no, since they went ahead and did the Karen thing, they had to go full force. But I don't know anybody or any cop that is found dead on a scene that you don't have every police officer there is in the state going there to the scene. It's crazy. What are we going on break for?
So we're still in session?
Just so the court has it, I have an extra copy for the court.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lally, you'll be able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
Yes, Ron, I think what we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we would be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers so that they can be
So they're
used.
the same version?
Exact same thing.
Therefore,
Just with,
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
yes.
All right. Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just put a line over it. Jesus. Like, it's not that hard. Okay. Let's get this broad back in. Really? I don't want to see the only fan. Just bring that bitch back in. Shit.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was, in fact, the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lally. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ron, I'm off with C2. Well, me. Those pages that I've
No,
just listed,
I
you
just,
recognize,
I don't need to
I do.
post it every 5 minutes. Thank you.
They are text messages between
Thank
myself
you
and
for your
John.
and
advice.
from sort of specifically that time period, the early morning of January 29th through the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
And what's contained in those is that a
Hi,
an
bitch.
accurate portrayal of the content of those text communications.
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his
Thanks for
information
the watch.
put into your phone as far as contact.
Yes.
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who answered the phone?
John.
Okay. And then the contact that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'll have to introduce in a minute.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is subject to what we talked about in sidebar?
Yeah, understood.
Thank you. That's exhibit 89. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as exhibit 89, if I could, with the court permission, publish that. Sure.
Yes.
Come on.
McCabe, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as that exhibit?
Yes,
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may we approach it?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? And thank you.
Another sidebar. You may need me to get the other thing. Or is there enough? I don't know. They're on my face. Beep. Okay, how long is this freaking sidebar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kay, with what's for you and what's up on the screen is the exhibits. There are sort of green bubbles and blue bubbles, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating which direction, as far as green bubbles are who and blue bubbles?
Green is John and blue is myself.
And so the first steps from this particular date, if you could just read to the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time is.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And it assists you if you have that in front of you.
Okay.
So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, you just read it.
Yeah, you know, Kevin.
Before I get that, so you receive that message.
They can't help themselves. It's not a new fan. It's the same mother chuggers that, you know, they can't help themselves. I don't talk about them, but they got to come and, you know, disturb me. Like, leave me the fuck alone.
Mr. O'Keefe, you call him, have a conversation, he calls you back.
You mad because I'm doing something that you're not. But
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
Testify to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, then send a text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you would scroll down to the message. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is that time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said hold on?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior.
okay, if they said pull behind you, like you're in the driveway, so what does that mean? Would they be like right there with that Jeep or what? Lady, because you said there was a Jeep outside.
Spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the, in the driveway?
Again, with this bubble, you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And he was already gone.
When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of?
They already whooped his ass.
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, then texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple of minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the window,
Yeah, you got
to the front door.
the
I'm sorry.
tracks. We get it.
When you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see that?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what kind of response did you receive?
But you were looking out the window. You seen her. You didn't see her leave until 12:40. I thought that's what you said, though.
Mr. O'Keefe, after October 2nd?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, the next level. And similar to the prior one,
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
Girl.
Myself to John,
Yeah.
hello at 12:45.
Repetitious this is. I mean, look who acts like a scorned girlfriend. I mean, shit, Karen did the same thing, but hers is nefarious, but Jen's isn't.
Now, this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning, 29th.
Yes,
The next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point,
correct.
it's similar to the other one.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retreat? Now, Ms. McCabe, I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to his phone?
Yes.
May I approach John?
Yes.
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Look at it, look when you finish, and if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page 1.
Where your bleaches? Oh, my back is killing me.
Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
What do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
Oh yeah, the calls that you deleted? Those calls? Oh shit. They recovered them? Damn. Yeah, those.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a descending order as far as the most earliest calls
Hey,
are
I'm gonna
on
be
page
in
4
the
and then the most
chat.
recent are on the first page?
Yes.
I'm gonna go smoke.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents of Fairview, do they appear in those?
They do.
Okay. May I have that? Okay.
So, Ms. McCabe, as far as the first calls you were testifying about, as far as when you spoke to Mr. O'Keefe on the way from the waterfall to the residents of Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes.
As far as, is there times associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
Yes.
And what else?
12:14 and 12:18.
And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Almost 16 minutes. Next, is it?
Is there any objection?
There's not, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. McCabe, you had mentioned that During the course of the evening, shortly after you arrived at the residence of Fairview, you observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish with this witness Exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
And Mr. K, first and foremost, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you wanted to identify, please, Mr. Lally.
So, Mr. K, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. Just click on the button and point at the screen. And if I could ask if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph that you observed in this photograph, where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house.
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, you understand what I'm saying?
Using that as direct attention.
So if there's a front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on, so it could have been a little over here.
Mr. Lally, why don't you show another picture if this one isn't helpful?
Is it visible in this photograph?
Yes. So just follow this and then come straight.
And lastly, Exhibit 73. Now, Mr. K testified that at another point you come to the front door and you observe the vehicle in a different spot, correct?
Correct.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where in this photograph the dog you observed with the vehicle in a second.
It was right about right near the flagpole.
Okay. Just don't mean to get that. Now, turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Did you think much of it at that point?
No.
Now, you leave the home around what time?
Approximately 1:30, between roughly 1:30, 1:45.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband Matt, and I had offered when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier. I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband Matt was driving?
Yes.
Where are you seated in?
And the front seat.
And do you recall where Ms. Levinson and Ms. Nagel were seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversations do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow this subject to media strike. There's a portion that's relevant. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car. And we made a joke about that. I had my niece earlier that week for the week. And so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
And as do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband Matt exited from residence in Fairview? And by that I mean, did he head towards Chapman or did he head towards Seacrest?
Chapman.
And so as far as, I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so as with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading to the house, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window or are you turned towards the console? Which way are you?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
And either of these girls, did you know where they lived?
No.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of GPS, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
So you drop each of them off. Do you recall which order they were dropped off?
Julie, then Sarah.
And then following dropping off Sarah, where did you and your husband go?
Home.
And this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Ms. Nagel, Ms. Levinson, and then going home, about how long a period of time is that?
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. Not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Now, did you go right to sleep, or what, if anything, did you do when you went up to bed?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no, he was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately, and I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on club
Just tell us what you mean, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now, if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time, so I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what, if any, videos or any music or anything that you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were?
So one of my sisters loves this song Raining Men, and she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances, and it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of It's Raining Men. So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
And so after you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed? Or went to sleep, I should say?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did, yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
And as far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed? Or?
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on. More often than not, I take it off, but there are times that I do sleep with it.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit as far as the phone calls were concerned, were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes.
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now, you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I am woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into the Shafin, correct?
Correct.
She was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other end?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home, and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen.
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
Extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her then?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times, and she tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
And how do you respond?
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called, when Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed, is that someone who had your phone number? Did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact before that date of January 29th?
No.
You never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or phone call or anything? You didn't even have her information?
Correct.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
At some point, you get back in touch with Kaylee, or at least on the phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response to that?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, And then she started yelling, Jen, Jen. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
And this is while you're still in your home and you're in your bed, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, oh my God, I left him there. Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was going to meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview. So I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual and maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And who was Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know him?
He has 2 daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least around the same age as Taylor?
Oh, you mean the daughter? You mean the daughter that your nephew or your daughter's best friend called that night to actually get a ride? That girl? And that friend? Oh, just wait. They're on the witness list. They're on the witness list. Can't believe anything she says. This is disgusting. And she has to say Karen didn't remember dropping him off there. Karen, that they got in a fight for the 2 charges to stick, plain and simple. This is just so rehearsed and so like dramatized. It's Mean Girls to the 10th power.
Yes.
And so based on
Vindictive women.
thought process and what you do, what did you do then?
So then I started calling Tom.
And at any point in time, did you call Tom? Did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so following that, what did you do?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point I get up and I'm like, okay, well, got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed. But then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
Now, if I could just take it back for a second, as far as decade or so that you had known and been friends with John O'Keefe, with his either his niece or his nephew or both home, is him not coming home? Is that something that had ever happened before? You were ever aware of before?
I was never.
Ask you to.
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids were home?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming
And where was the screaming coming from?
out front.
And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
We're trying to follow her for being
from the house.
worried
Yes.
about John.
And then
So
subsequently.
that, is that a yes or no?
Yes.
And as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you then?
The first couple of calls, I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised
Yes,
you? And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain for the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And in addition to Miss Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
Just,
Ask in a better way. Did
yeah.
you see a vehicle?
yes,
And where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I believe
Wait.
the driver door was left open.
And
The way she says Jen, Jen, she looks so demonic. Like it doesn't even it doesn't even seem sincere. Like you don't need to like do that. Like really, girl.
what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning.
Yes,
And so as she's coming up your walk towards your front door,
running. Yes,
and then what, if any, conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood. And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Ms. Reed showed up?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Now, once you decide that now you're going with,
Well, your
Ms. Reed,
son, your husband said that
So
he
as we
wasn't
walked
going
out,
to
there
look
was
for him.
a car.
Your husband said he wasn't going to go look for him. What are you talking about, lady?
Pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car pulled up?
No.
I'm sorry. So the car pulled up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Carrie Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Carrie pulled up and I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car and then Carrie Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Carrie was telling her to shut up, that we need.
I didn't hear any of that in the voicemail that was left on John's phone. I didn't hear none of that. None of that. And when she found him, like, okay, she's sitting in the back seat where she can look all around while you two chatty Cathys, I guess we're talking about the weather or whatnot. And she was paying attention because she was looking for her fucking boyfriend. She was actually concerned. You guys didn't give two rats shit. That's what I will say about Carrie Roberts. At least she didn't go all out like you guys are, like the rest of your family is. This is just disgusting.
Needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
Let's go back to John's. And then you're going to bring up that, oh, John is a very clean person. He doesn't like anybody to have shoes on in the house. You took your shoe. You guys weren't that worried. So you didn't care about, wearing your shoes in the house. But Karen did. Karen did. But you made it a point to bring that up, right? Because you got to make it look like like she didn't care. Like, girl, please. She was hysterical.
When you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all that. Again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather at that point?
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout. And
so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you're driving that vehicle from your house to Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
You're familiar with that residence? You've been there plenty of times before?
Yes.
Now, with respect to Carrie Roberts, did you know Carrie Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
Yes, no questions. Like, they shouldn't be asked on prosecution. See, and the defense is letting them get away with it. But you're not supposed to lead the witness. You're supposed to ask open-ended questions on direct. Now on cross-examine, that's when you ask the yes and no questions.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the circumstances of that, or how you knew?
But what's funny is she won't ask she won't answer yes or no. Like, she gets really defiant when the defense comes up.
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Carrie would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kid sizes. So he took Carrie and myself and we went to Reebok. We bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Carrie and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping. Because that's what he did.
Now, was Carrie Roberts
he was a very frugal
that
person.
You had as contact, say,
he didn't like Karen spoiling the kids. Why would he spoil you guys?
So you indicated that Ms. Roberts then calls Ms. Reed's phone while you're in Ms. Reed's call, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that, Ms. Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone that earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Ms. Reed talking next to you and then obviously Ms. Roberts on the other end?
Yes.
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Ms. Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all that, you could hear Ms. Roberts saying that?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, when
Stop bleeding her, Lally!
In reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area?
What, if anything, snowed up?
I do not remember. I don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as the camera or anything like that?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
He's trying to get out that she had an onboard camera.
Yes.
And about how long a drive is it from
No,
your
the
house?
one
to
that,
Mr.
you
O'Keefe's?
know, the,
Approximately
you know,
5,
the
6 minutes.
entertainment center, whatever
And
the fuck you
when
call
you
it.
get to Mr. O'Keefe's
That's
house,
in every new
where
car
do you park?
nowadays.
I pull in
So
the
they
straight
can
in the
charge
driveway.
better.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
And nothing
Yes.
is
Do you
private.
recall who pulled in
They
first?
say
Or
it's
who was in front
private.
of who on the way to Meadows? Yourself or Ms. Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled in the driveway and parked. Ms. Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and she says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
Oh my God.
And where on the vehicle was she
But
directing
why didn't
yourself
you
and Ms.
show
Roberts?
that? Why didn't
The
we?
back right.
Why didn't we see that? If she showed you guys the cracked tail light, that's missing from the ring camera. Oh wait, because Proctored it, right? The lead investigator that you guys made lose his job for this shit.
So passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
Missing pieces, like how big of missing pieces? Because it was only a little bit. When they put it together, oh my gosh, there was only a little bit of the taillight that was missing. Where's those pieces at if they found all of them?
And
Look at her face. Like, did they believe it?
at some point, about how long a period of time is it that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked taillight?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house to look in there for John.
Your Honor, with permission, I would ask that
You guys were taking her on a wild goose chase because you didn't want to take her right over there because you were trying to think of what the hell you're going to do when you find him. That's what it was. Shit. That's what it was.
And Mr. McCabe, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What is it?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in the photograph, right?
Correct.
So from facing Mr. O'Keefe's house on Meadows, which side of the photograph would the driveway be, the left or the right?
The right.
And your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
What are we doing? So I know where to put the damn thing.
I'm just showing you another photograph. Just actually look at that. We'll finish.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's John's car.
And where is
That's
John's car?
John's car.
It's parked to the side of the driveway.
And you also see sort of the garage area in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. I'm going to seek to introduce in the next.
No objection.
Like if this really was her dear friend, like that everybody's forgetting about, she would have more emotion, I think. Like she's just stone faced, not giving a damn. I don't know. Because I guess even in Karen's interviews, like people are saying, but she's waited like I don't know how many. I mean, she's been without him as long as she was with him. So, and she's been dealing with this. So I don't think she has shown any emotion towards it yet. But I'll tell you, when this is all over, I bet you she's gonna cry like nobody's business. Cry like nobody's business. Because the man that, she was with, helped him take care of the kids, all that stuff, is no longer around and nobody gives a fuck. And when she tries to bring out the truth, nobody wants to hear it. It's sad. This is a sad. And the family believes these guys. Like, that's sad. Sad. They brainwashed them.
Your Honor, with the question mentioned, if I could publish that to the jury now as well.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Cave, with reference to what's up on the screen, is that photo that you just had for you?
Yes.
And there are two garage doors on the house at One Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
Left and right, is that fairway.
Yes.
And you've been inside Mr. O'Keefe's house a number of times before, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the garage door on the left, what was contained within that part of the garage?
His old-fashioned car.
Okay, we didn't like.
Yes.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything was in it?
His
It's pretty open.
old-fashioned car.
How would you describe Mr. O'Keefe as far as how he
See, I would
kept
love
things
to
around
like
his house,
really see at the back of
house,
his
the lawn,
car
or things around
to
it?
see if there's any
John was very
dents or
meticulous.
anything.
Everything
I
had
think
its
there was
place.
Now,
like
when
some
you arrived there on
paint chips.
November 29th,
I don't know.
correct?
Or maybe
Correct.
he didn't get anything on his, but
Outside
she
of
just
residence,
bumped
were
him
you aware
putting
of
up
there being any
to
sort of
crack the
security
taillight
cameras or
later.
anything on affixed to the house?
You know what I mean?
At that time?
Yes.
How were you aware of that?
John told us he was, yeah, I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring and he would always show us it. He just was always watching.
Girl. He was so excited he got a ring. Just dumb.
And when he would show you that,
Mhm.
how would he show you? On what kind of device?
On his phone.
Do we have a ring
I don't think Lally was expecting that answer.
application hooked up to himself?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that morning when you arrived, if you could, using the laser pointer, just sort of delineate for the jury whereabouts you had parts on Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in and you see it.
So it would be right there because John's car was further over
Mr. O'Keefe's car was further over to the fence.
towards the fence. Yes.
And so when you arrived there, you're looking at the taillight, and at some point you go in the house, correct?
Correct.
How did
When
you get
was
into the
that
house
taken? Like in June
The
or
right garage door was
something?
open.
So after they got the car fixed or whatever, probably, you know, so they could take this picture to try to say like it wasn't damaged or anything.
Now, is that something normal as far as when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house at a garage door?
Because we got to make
No.
sure that we're protecting the
so
police
you go in
officers
through the
and
garage door
everybody
and you go into
else.
the house, correct?
Yes.
And it's going to be taken. So, Mr. Cave, if you could describe to the jury sort of how you, when you come in through that right garage door and you start going to the house, what is it when you see when you first come into the house, and what is sort of the layout of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
You walk in from the garage and there's a mud room.
And typically, when you would walk into Mr. O'Keefe's house, what, if anything, would you or anyone else do when they walked into his house?
Take off your shoes.
And why was it?
He didn't want dirt
Even
or
this.
that morning snow probably getting all
Great.
over his house.
And so that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any time at his house on Meadows End.
Yes.
And so when you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed walk into the home that morning into the mudroom, what did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts both took off your shoes, and Ms. Reed.
There's nothing wrong with that. She is concerned about her boyfriend. I don't even know why that's part of the story. That
then just walked in the house with boots or shoes or whatever she was wearing on.
Yes.
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room. Carrie was also running around different rooms. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Did you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to
you were, you know, that whole look on your face. Was you trying to get some like waterworks going, but it didn't work?
you went at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked?
It was made.
And so then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
I can't
No.
believe I got to
Where
do it for
Patrick
2
was?
more
Did you
days.
know at that point?
2 more.
At that point, I believe
days.
Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left
Well-
with Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Objection.
I promised Kaylee.
Here we go. Here
I
we
promised
go.
Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
So after that, where did the three of you go from there?
After that, the three of us got in the car and we drove to
Girl, hold on. That was the fakest. I didn't realize how fake. Hold on, let's watch that again because that was award winning. I mean, that was award winning. That was award winning. Okay. Are we gonna play?
we drove to Fairview,
And when you say you got into the car, which part of the game?
Kerry's.
See, here she goes trying to cry. Why aren't the tears working? Maybe if I sound like I'm crying. Look at her. Look at her. Like, she's like this bitch. Oh, this
Yeah, I'm showing you
bitch.
two photographs. Again, if you
This
just look at
bitch.
those-
This bitch. You
Do you
think
recognize what's in
so,
those photographs?
Kevin?
Yes,
You know, there are some people that actually
the defendant's vehicle.
guilty.
And,
But so they have another officer that ain't a part of this like circle of trust bullshit. The one that before her car was towed, he said the taillight was cracked. A piece was missing. Not pieces were missing. A piece was missing before they even towed it.
may I approach?
Yes.
You want to call him up?
Look at her.
That's the next exhibit.
She's just like, bitch. Oh, she got over that crying real quick.
With the court's permission, if I could publish the jury as well. Ms. McCabe, what's depicted in this photograph is the defendant Reed's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And,
See, look at
in
this.
sort of focus here is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the tail light.
And you see like a tool mark right here? There's a tool mark right there.
Now,
That ain't a body mark. That's a tool mark.
The damage that you observed to this taillight area on the rear passenger side, is that consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing?
Correct. Minus the snow, etc.
And I'm just going to if I have the next exhibit.
That you see, she says that's what the tail light looked like. But if you look at all the evidence, like when they show her tail light when after she backs out and goes and drives, you know, if you look at it, they tried to white it out so it looked like it was missing, but that's the way the tail light is made. They even tried to invert the video so it looked like you were looking at the passenger side, but it was really the driver's side, and to make it look like it was white out, and it wasn't white out because the driver's side was fully intact. Like, I don't know if people aren't seeing with their fucking eyes or what, but this is crazy. How are you going to tell me something completely is gone and try to tell me that the right side, I mean, the passenger side is the driver's side? I mean, not the driver's side. You purposely put that in evidence and brought it forth. Like, just wait when that comes up. It's wild. Well, unless they start her trial early.
Again, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side tail light, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this is that consistent with what you observed minus sort of the cake and snow when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on the morning of the 20th.
What the fuck is
Yes.
that? Oh, is that the hair?
Gentlemen, you can take that down in your honor. With the court's permission, I would ask.
Like, there are no marks. Like, they make it look like there's marks. I think that's a hair. I really think like it's the glare. But they're trying to say like there was a piece of hair there and all this other stuff, but nothing else was damaged, only the tail light. And they get to see this in person. Like, I'll have to show the freaking video of somebody going by it when it was parked at the house for them to do a view of it, because nothing else is broke on it at all. And if there was any marks, it was probably from them getting the taillight out. You know?
To publish just a short portion of. Actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 6, which is the ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have video number 154 from
Okay, here it goes.
the driveway.
Here it goes. Like, I don't know which one it is. See, okay. Here it is, right? Supposedly they all look at her tail light, right? you know, and with their tires, and that's how it looks. That's how it's supposed to look. Okay, just wait.
Mr. K, direct your attention up to the screen. On Exhibit 6 or video coming to 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in this
Because they'll
video?
show you.
I do.
They'll show you this side.
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
See, and what's funny is they darkened this up. They darkened this up so your mind's playing tricks on you. But how their taillights are fixed is there's a white part right here, like it doesn't illuminate fully, and it's just the way the fucking taillights are. It's how they are.
Where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with a laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is, if you parked, and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
But see, you don't see it when the lights are off or anything. You don't see none of that.
As far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would the effect is?
Walk straight.
So if you could run this inside. Mr. K, what was depicted in that video, is that consistent with what you observed, the weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
And lastly, in this line, Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, could publish just a very short portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to fast forward this to about 2 hours and 10 minutes. Again, what's in this video?
Here they go showing this stupid ass cop video where you can't tell the tail lights missing
Yes, I do. That is
because of the way the snow is. It's going from one side, so it's all compacted on the one side, and she's closest to the garage, so snow ain't gonna go on the other lens. Like this makes no goddamn sense.
John's house.
He has a beautiful house, though.
Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly in front of you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
John's driveway.
She's got
What anything you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could use a way to point just direct your attention to where is the defendant's car, where is Mr. O'Keefe's?
Mr. O'Keefe's car and to the defendant's.
And where you observe the defendant's car?
See, you can't see nothing. Like you can't see nothing because of the snow.
Sure.
Oh, it's different. Ah.
I'll see counsel outside for just a minute.
It's different. I think that's what they're arguing about. It's different. Dum dum dum. Dum ba dum. It might be different. I think that's what they're arguing about. It's different. It's different than what they got. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Man. You coming back yet? Should be coming back. She's like, I can't believe this shit.
Jurors, I just want to tell I appreciate counsel trying to work together for this. It's probably going to take too long, so we're just going to make do. We've had enough interruptions today. So.
Now, Mr. Cave, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now, the condition of the passenger side tail light, is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that night?
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
And just, if you could, lastly, just with the latest point, direct your attention to where in the video you see the rear passenger side tail light. Okay. Just going to do that. Now, Ms. McCabe, you then, yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows Ave? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows Ave?
We were going to Fairview
And why were you going to Fairview?
because Karen kept screaming, we need to go to Fairview.
Now, who was seated where within the vehicle when you did it?
Carrie was driving. I was in the passenger seat. And
yeah, because remember, she told you that, but she didn't remember that she dropped him off, right? She didn't remember, but you wanted to take her on a wild goose chase and say, oh, well, yeah, she mentioned that maybe he was at his ex-girlfriend's house and all this stuff because you got to try to make her look like a jealous girlfriend. Yes, we know. We know. You concocted all this story together. One of you is gonna really impeach yourselves, I swear. Because there ain't no way that you
and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming out the car.
And
Girl, we seen the police officer's camera, okay? It wasn't that bad. It was only bad for them because, they were driving fast in the snow, but it was only 3 to 5 inches. Yeah, it was windy. It damn sure was windy. But it wasn't no whiteout like you claim.
As you're making that drive, as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, the street lights, I would say about 10 minutes, give or take.
And as far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Carrie and myself. And she's just screaming, Carrie,
I'm still
Carrie, her name over and over, my name over and over, and repeating certain phrases. Could I hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
And while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat of the car?
She's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, he didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he? So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the backseat while you were going from Meadows out there?
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
And so that would have been, Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And there have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella's mother, correct?
Yes.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes, she asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, oh, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
And you recall who Carrie referred to?
Yes. A woman that John had previously dated.
And was that anywhere recent in times when you're driving around on January 29th? When they did?
No,
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before.
correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what, if anything, did the defense?
She was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names. Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts, did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom, and then as we got closer, I said, just past, see where those trees are. Just past the trees is my sister's house.
And as you got in that area of sort of the trees, from the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the black hole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, a little. It goes the trees, and then the fire hydrant. Then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what, if anything, happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the backseat?
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking or banging on the door, what did Ms. Roberts do?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
She just runs.
And runs away.
Straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about?
I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was.
Correct.
And you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there.
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Cave, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen of what's been marked as Exhibit 12. I know this is not something that pertains to your vehicle or anything else. But what I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive to Fairview Road Avenue. It's going to be quick later. As this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I just ask what you see in this video, is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the conditions weather-wise that you observed when Ms. Roberts was driving from Meadows Ave to Fairview?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton this perspective wise as far as what street or where it is and landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's corner store, and that is Chapman Street.
Chapman Street don't seem like a very declined thing. Don't seem very declined to me.
Again, Ms. McCabe, you recognize whereabouts in the town can we are in this portion of the video?
But they try to make it like it's like a steep decline and shit. Looks pretty flat to me. I mean, they could crunch that right out of the water too. If I was the defense, I would crush that out of the water when Garino gets up there and says, "Oh well, you know that street is a decline, so that could be why it counted as steps in the card." Bullshit.
Yeah.
Yes. This is the top of Fairview.
So this will be from Chapman coming on Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes.
You would have taken instead of right onto Fairview, you would have taken left on Fairview?
Yes.
And he's coming up.
Now Fairview looks like a decline or whatever. Oh wait, that's I don't know.
Now, what's up on the screen of what you just observed as far as riding down Fairview? Is that fair and accurate, consistent with what you observed Ms. Roberts was driving down that way?
Yes.
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point of the conversation?
Now that seems like a decline and going down and
A little bit more
around
towards the
and
top
all
of the
that
street.
stuff, but not Chapman.
That was one of those more closer to the top of my cabin.
Midway down, yes.
Just give me a quick. The vehicle on the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes, with the laser pointer, if you could direct your attention where you see Ms. Roberts. Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, can you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame. I cannot. It's not clear.
Come if you could. You see that area now?
Yes.
Here goes the fake emotion. I mean, he's like the berm is like right here, so he's good. I mean, he's right there. I mean, he's just right there. Wow. Right there on the ground. And you can still see footprints and shit. Or is that from the snowplow? Maybe that's from the snowplow. I was gonna say you can still see footprints all through that motherfucker. You can see footprints. What the hell? You can see motherfucking footprints. Look at this. Maybe that's just a small. Girl, please. Girl, please. You don't care about him. How don't you tell the fucking truth? There goes Lucky. Girl, you don't care about him. If you cared about him, you wouldn't be doing this shit. Getting him real justice is, telling the fucking truth. Please. Girl, please. I wish they would show her.
Okay, you recognize
See, not even really
Yes.
giving a fuck. Like, she doesn't even show no emotion on the screen. She is right here.
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen
Karen
Read.
is just hysterical all over the place.
Now, Mr. McCabe, if I could just take you back to when you arrived there, communicated Ms. Reed goes over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around And for
Oh
a
well, God, she came out of that cry really quick.
second or two,
But I thought you were just crying, girlfriend. I thought you were just crying. Are you serious? Like,
completely just froze.
wow.
I couldn't believe what
You
I was
snapped
seeing.
right out of that, didn't you?
And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was or blankets or something out of the back of her car.
Is that why the back of the
Now
car
we're
opened
gonna
up,
act like
in
we're
the video
crying
that we just
again.
saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes,
Did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets, towels, whatever it was?
yes,
I don't see no
You called
tears
911,
on
you
your
spoke to
face.
the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
yes.
Now, as far
You
as
don't look.
that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow, Ms.
I'm
Roberts was wiping
waiting
off his
for
face,
it.
was there
Like,
any other
is
snow
there
on his
any
body at that
tears
time?
gonna
Yes.
go up?
If you know about how much.
There was enough that his body was
I
covered
don't
in
even see
snow.
tears dropping down. Usually I see a tear
And
drop down the face.
Could you tell at that point how far?
But I'm not
Mr.
seeing
O'Keefe
it.
was,
Maybe it's the
from roadway
camera.
as far as
Maybe
Fairview
it's
Road
the
was
camera.
concerned?
Maybe I'm just.
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
Like your voice ain't
So you make that
cribbling,
call
your
911,
nose
what is
ain't
sort of going on
red. I mean,
with
you
respect
don't
to
look
Ms.
like you're
Roberts, the defendant,
crying,
Ms. O'Keefe,
girlfriend.
while
You
you're on
look like
911?
you're trying
So I
to,
run
but you
the
just
blankets
can't.
over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and
She was
forth.
trying to help
Karen
him.
screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" I at some points walk over towards the car, Carrie's car,
She
to get
was
away because they're
worried.
so
She thought he
loud.
was
And I was
dead.
trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible. Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're
So
talking
she
about?
was giving
Yes.
him CPR.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes,
You're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Girl.
yes.
And
God, I wish
after
I
you
was in
complete
that
that 911
courtroom
call,
to see this.
what's going on with that?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
Maybe she did cry.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And at some
We
point after
didn't
you
see
call
you doing
911,
compressions, though.
do either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
You know about how much time?
She
it
looked
was
like a
between
deer
when you hung
caught
up
in
with 911 when
headlights.
the first
The way she
responders
looked.
struck you?
Trying not to.
When I hung up, maybe a
judge,
few
because
minutes. I'm not
why?
exactly sure.
This
And
is
do you
crazy.
recall whether or not it was police or fire who showed up first?
Police.
Thank you,
The officer that was in
Dee
that video, that cruiser that was just up on screen is the last.
I didn't see the officer, in the video, but I know it was Officer Sarif was the first officer to arrive.
Oh.
So then, after the officer arrives, what happened then?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Carrie's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him?
She was worried about him. And I didn't hear nothing I didn't hear her say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that in the body cam. Or not the body cam, the dash cam. Anything you say, I cannot hear in the
Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
And by him, you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
And Mr. O'Keefe's still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
yes.
Did you see anything about sort of what they were doing? Or
how
what
do
was
you
going on with
go okay, how do you go from like emotional to like stone face all this? Oh shit. Don't ever in your life take acting. You're not an actor. You just can't do it. I can't do it. And I don't know why I would try. Like
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
that? And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. Miss Reed
There you
just
go with
continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT asked, they.
Yeah, of course you got to bring up the EMT that said, I hit him. And I believe she said it more than once so that it makes the story clear. Yes, we understand. We get it. We get it, girlfriend. But hey, when that EMT was talking to Karen, we didn't hear nothing in that damn dash cam. I hate lying bitches, I swear.
One EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him. Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Kerry came over with us as well.
Girl, I don't even see you go back to the cruiser. I didn't even really see Karen run back to the cruiser. Like, she was only there for 5 seconds. How did all this happen when you're praying and she made you Google how long to die in the cold, all that stuff? Like, she was only back there for 5 seconds. She was hysterical, girl.
Take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes.
That's something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to the statement she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I?
And what's so funny is this whole I hit him story just barely came up. Just wait till the cross. I just can't wait for the cross. Oh,
Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier. It was could I, did I? When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
girl, please.
Now,
Girl, please.
one of the officers takes her over to the back of a cruiser, is that right?
Yes.
You were over in that area as well?
Yes.
I want to see Karen's face.
Miss Roberts.
Show Karen's face. 'Cause
While
I
you
know
were
she's
over in that area,
like,
what was
bitch.
going on?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our
see
hands.
that
She
in the
asked us to
video.
pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was
That's
John's
weird.
blood. Then she said,
But she's
what if he's
hysterical.
dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end,
Hurry up and
they were moving John. And at that point, Karen told Kerry, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over.
Karen ran over to the stretcher. What are you talking
over.
about?
And Kerry said, I'll go.
Oh my God, you need to like look at the evidence. Oh, look at your crazy face. Wow, I paused you just in time.
Over and check on him, and she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold.
Because the Google search happened at 6 o'clock in the morning and not 2:27 like it really says, right? Because the feds just lie about that shit. The feds don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? Girl, please.
And my hands were frozen and I have MS and I took my phone out while she was
I
screaming.
have MS, so does she. So the fuck does she. I hate that. Yes, we understand you got MS, but MS doesn't make you Google how long to die in the snow at 2:27, and you get all these people to back you up, come in and say, oh, Cellbrite is wrong. When every court uses it. Every court. And when it goes against their case, that's when they're like, oh, Cellbrite is not reliable. But yet you use it for every freaking case. It's ridiculous.
And shaking my arm. And I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And
her face even like sorry.
when you conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
You recall whether or not that came up as far as your search in Google? Is it something that
See,
I
the
want
only
to?
thing I don't like is like I don't like how angry and upset you sound. Like if you really cared about your friend and she really did it and stuff, like you wouldn't like the angriness. Like you act like you're so put off by being on the stand, but you're trying to get justice for your friend. No. Okay.
More than once, if you
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
Girl.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant posed to you?
Okay, so this Google search happened when they were taking John away. She was right there by the thing. When you ran inside the house.
I think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling and then they were moving John. And the next thing I knew, we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
Oh my God. That's not what the video the dash cam predicts. We
So
just
you were
watched.
moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance.
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving and they were asking questions about what
You got to
happened.
sniffle every now and then so
did you
that
speak to
they
those
may
officers?
think
I did,
that
yes.
I did
At
cry.
that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on. And I was completely just in a state of shock.
Shock and
disbelief.
horror.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
Oh,
And
yeah, okay.
At some point while you
At
were
a
outside,
scene where somebody is lifeless on someone's front lawn, they allow you to go in to your sister's home, where the night before he was dropped off, but because you guys say he never went in the house and whatnot and blah blah blah, it's more of you than her, right? So see, and even the audit says that the cops never should have let you guys go in the house. They should have kept you separate. Girl.
did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister, Nicole.
And when was that?
Yeah,
in
you
relation
called
to
her when before you
everything as
even
far as
called
medically that was
911
going on
or
with Mr. O'Keefe
after
and
you
all
called 911.
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly. And then, she didn't answer. And that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling?
No, but you send your brother-in-law's contact information over to somebody?
Either your sister
Oh, you
Nicole or
forgot
your
about
brother-in-law
that.
Brian Albert prior to going into the house.
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
Regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
So you at least called your sister Nicole. She didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wait.
Oh, I bet
Yes.
you did.
And when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, did you get in
The front door.
and front door was unlocked?
Yes.
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house, and where did you go?
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open? or
You
closed?
bursted in the
Closed.
door.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room, and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a
I don't
dog
think
that they
there
have?
was.
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe?
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
You come in, they're both sleeping, and
You don't recall a 100-pound German Shepherd in there? They said that she was in there. Huh.
I go over to the bed and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of
I
response?
bet you say yes,
Brian
but
responded
you
first and he was very, startled and looked at me like, what is going on? Nicole took a little, I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front And I could have possibly said, John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, who's John?
Well, you were
They
even
were,
saying
they just
John
woken
was
up
dead.
and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as
Sure.
far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, like, why?
Not what you think they are.
Okay.
But what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Shock and horror.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on for?
A few minutes at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that
A
police
police
officer is?
officer.
Yes,
that you
Officer
knew?
Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
How did you know?
He's from Canton. He was, I don't know, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who
Good
he
friends
was,
with
and met him through
Chris.
the years.
You're aware of who he was?
Yes.
We
And were there
know.
any other officers with him initially?
No.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know. Only if you
okay.
If you know, do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
What?
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that in?
No, Karen was walking all around. Or in Carrie's car. Girl,
Still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And
see that we're
when you
going-
come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, the officer's there,
I
you have a
believe.
conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
In the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if
What
anyone
about
else, not what
Officer
they said,
Good?
but who, if anyone else is speaking to the officer.
Brian and Nicole.
The conversation initially with the officer, you know about how long that went on?
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did
So you're telling me Lank was in the house for a couple hours before Sergeant Good came in?
you do, or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt, and then he arrived at some point after. Is it after you're done talking to the officer, or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes, the officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay.
Tell her that. I told her to stay.
The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
And so you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes, Carrie came up, and she had told me that she.
Not what she told you. Next question, Mr. Miller.
At some point, did you see Ms. Roberts and the defendant go?
Yes, to pick up John's parents.
I'll second.
And as far as they left in Ms. Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving.
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back to the house?
5 minutes, approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first responders?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the rest of the time that you were there, is that correct?
Correct.
How long were you there that morning waiting for the safety?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband
Well,
Matt
that's a
McCabe,
long
correct?
time to
Correct.
talk to story.
Was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes,
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived, at some point around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No,
Were you aware whether or not there were any police or fire or anything that was still there at the time that Miss Julie Albert arrived?
there wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, right?
Yeah, yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about her demeanor or how she reacted?
Shocked.
Shock and
Now, in
horror.
addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning? while you were?
Officer Lank and Gallagher were there.
Stop it.
And Brian Higgins came that morning.
Yeah, of
Do
course.
you know how Brian Higgins came to know, or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? If you know.
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lank came back to the house. Is that right?
Yes.
That was after some period of time when he had left.
Yes.
He came back with another officer named Gallagher. Is that right?
Yes.
And why did they come back to the house?
Because I called Officer Lank.
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
It's I
Julie
can't
Albert gave it to me.
stand the smacking your lip.
You called Officer Lank.
It drives
he
me
comes back to the house
nuts.
On Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, why had you asked him to come?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
And so there was something that you remembered and you gave him a call.
Yes.
And when he came back to the house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Read had been stating that morning.
And specifically, what type of remarks are you referring to that you told Officer Lank when he came back?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview, is that right?
Well,
Yes.
he didn't write that in any of his
Yes.
reports, ma'am.
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there, is that correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met?
I'd never met Officer Proctor.
And did he come alone or was he with someone else?
He had another officer with him.
Proctor? You mean
That
Trooper
yes,
Proctor?
Yuri
You know, the
Buchanan.
one that lost his
And
job
you ever
because
met,
of you people?
Yuri Buchanan?
No.
When you get home, about how long was it a time from when you arrived home with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came out?
It was pretty quick.
Now, in addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why he came over there?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him, he's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed, and so I wanted his support.
Gosh, girl.
And he obliged and he came over, correct?
Yes,
Now, at some point after the officers from the state police came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
yes,
But, your husband said you were calm, you were calm and you weren't all freaked out and stuff because that's not how you handle grief.
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to them?
in my dining room.
Now, when you spoke to them, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes,
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
no,
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
yes, they were in my bedroom.
But they talked to you together. What are you going to say now on the stand? Because they'll say that they talked to you together. Michael Proctor brought that up, said that.
And at some point later on that day, those same officers talked to both your husband and
The
brother-in-law.
same Michael Proctor that lost his job that you're going to say, oh, I didn't tell him that. That Michael Proctor.
Right now.
Yes,
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
in my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining room?
No,
Also, I believe your brother-in-law said that you guys were together when you got questioned. I believe that's what happened. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. Or I could remember him going downstairs while he talked to them and you went back upstairs. Look at
Can I
she
have a
just
moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
so stone-faced. Look at they're all looking at her like, I can't believe this shit. Her attorney's like, yo, I just can't believe this shit. But see, what's funny is, okay, so they're going to discredit Cellbrite and all that great stuff. But, when text messages come in and stuff, they're going to say, oh, that's my phone. That's this, that's that. Oh, but Cellbrite works when it goes for your favor, right?
I'm showing you 2 separate pages, just have to look at each of them and then look at everything.
Okay.
Do you recognize each of those documents, what the content is?
Yes.
And those are essentially, one contains text messages that morning of the 29th between yourself and Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
And the other one is sort of a list of phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed from that morning as well.
Yes.
Now, before I get into those, as far as after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking.
How would they let her have a phone in the ambulance when they're section 12ing her? This is crazy.
For Carrie Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you
Girl,
respond?
please.
I said yes.
Now, following that phone conversation, did you have any further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
Can I may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce and admit.
No.
Is there objections to Jackson?
No objection.
Vindictive mean girls.
Next first, please.
Let me hurry up and take a drink because I'm smacking way too much. Oh, I hate it.
Just a couple more questions, ma'am. Now, you had asked the defendant, Ms. Reed, for Ms. Roberts' information because you didn't have it, correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive that information from the defendant?
No.
And did you receive that information from
No,
I must have, but I don't recall how.
And
because you already had it.
as far as asking for Ms. Roberts' information, why were you asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring them to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them and then further updates from
on them and hurry and
Carrie about John
brainwash them.
and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God, girl.
No further questions. Ms. Reed.
Oh, let me hurry
4
up.
minutes before, I think we're way too late. I don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
All right, Joyce, I'm going to, we're not in session on Monday, so we'll come back Tuesday morning. So Tuesday will be a half day. Someday next week, I might actually think about maybe revising some of these Tuesday, Thursdays to longer days, but I'll give you plenty of notice of that. I need to make sure they're recorded. I'm just asking you to think about it. All right, so please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads and we'll see you fresh Tuesday morning.
You guys agree?
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Let's see if they come back at all. Nope. Nope. Alrighty. Let me get this ready because I forgot last time. Oh, this is long crime. I don't want long crime. This one. I think this is all the way her. All the way. Yep. And then she has to come back for another day. Anyways, okay. Thank you, everybody that came by and hit the like, shared me out, all that good stuff. And, I appreciate everyone's support. Even the trolls, it's so nice of them. But please like, share, comment, all that great stuff. I appreciate it. And like I end it, as always, let the ones let the ones that you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow is never promised. And be wary, people, because this could be you, me, anybody. Women can be vindictive. Wow. Anyways, all right. So I will be back tomorrow for more Jen McCabe, but at least it's cross, and that's always juicy. Appreciate you, Kevin. All right. And I'm going to try out this new layout for a couple days. I won't stick to it forever. But all right. Appreciate everybody. Have a blessed night. Bye.